All right. Hello, 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 hello. Let me adjust this one. Hello. Haha. It is me, Ryu Shinden, and welcome again to yet another stream. Now more stable. I'm so happy this works. Finally, after so many trials and errors, so many experiments, and so many adjustments, and so many frustrations, we're able to stream. We can now smile again. It's definitely a stable stream now. Well, not really the best in quality per se, because we still have to adjust a few more things, but at least, now it's stable. And the fact that the way that I actually made the stream stable, in terms of it not disconnected, that's the whole thing about it. The only really the only thing that I really wanted to happen is to not disconnect frequently, because that's what's happening last night. That's actually what's happening, and it kind of got to the point that it's really frustrating that I have done everything that I could, including resetting literally everything. Um, even calling up my ISP to know what's going on, and apparently, what I recently discovered is the only way that we can really stream is on a specific time. So it is literally like midnight here in my area, and I actually have to keep my voice down a little bit, just a little bit, just a tad bit. I'm pretty sure that I'm somehow audible, but just I just needed to um, keep my voice down a little bit. At least in the meantime, until I can, like, let's say, find a way to actually soundproof my room here, because the walls are quite thin, and you know it's already midnight here, like literally midnight, and I don't want to disturb anyone else while they're sleeping. Although they are in a separate room, the walls are very thin, and I just have to keep my voice down a little bit, just a tad bit. But I definitely make sure that the mic is uh, adjusted enough so my voice could be a little bit more audible, at least. But yeah, we were able to actually solve the issue with the disconnecting and the stream quality dropping. At least now we have a very stable stream, at the least. Again, it might like dropping quality here and there because I'm using a dynamic bandwidth option, wherein instead of giving me drop frames and the stream essentially stuttering, and essentially what you call it, essentially king crimsoning the stream, because from the viewer's perspective you will get like drop frames. um you will only get like drops in quality here and there, but I'm pretty sure from the way that it looks now and from the way that my bitrate goes, it seems like that we're stable. We're stable, at least. We're stable, at least, in a sense. So anyway, sorry, I'm just having some adjustment here. So what our agenda today? We're basically, I don't know, we're just basically picking up from what we had last time, which is I was actually doing some world building last time, and as you have already noticed, there's no VOD. I didn't really publish the VOD because I don't know. It, the last stream was quite not up to par to my standards. Even for me, that has very low standards. Uh, so I had to like unpublish the VOD. It's just too unrecoverable at this point. Even if there's like parts that were recorded here and there, um, they're not really that presentable in terms of quality, even on an evolved perspective. So I had to like unpublish them. I still do have the copies, but I had to unpublish them because the quality is really not that good. Believe me, no one would really watch it. And here's the thing, though. I was actually planning to use the VODs as a basis for, recording my YouTube content. Because as you might know already, I am basically building my YouTube channel, or rather rebuilding. I do have a YouTube channel, even way, 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 way back, but I haven't been really using it to upload content for years now. So I'm trying to rejuvenate it again with new content, primarily from the streams. And basically, the whole reason that I'm streaming as well, or at least one of the reasons, one of the big reasons, is to actually also create YouTube content for YouTube, through like highlights or clips, or even recorded content per se. Even recorded content, basically. I'll go ahead and post them in the YouTubes as content. So we can get more people here to watch the actual streams as well. So yeah, basically there's that. For the YouTube channel, I'm still working on it. I definitely will post the link on the social links below, or even on the panels below the stream whenever I actually have it live. Well, the channel is already live technically. You can definitely search the channel. Just search for my name, Ryu Shinden, and it should pop up. But it doesn't really have any, at least latest content. Uh, but don't you worry, I will definitely post latest content there, and that's why I'll be announcing whenever I relaunch my YouTube channel with new content. And I will be also posting the links as well at the bottom page or in the chat and whatnot. You can go ahead and watch it and subscribe as well for more for a more curated type of content for me. I'm gonna take my coffee here. It's good. So anyway, a few things as well. As you again notice, I am. If you're in the western areas, if you're like in very western areas, you might have. You're probably in the morning and such. But for me, it's already midnight here. That's why I have to keep my voice a little bit lower than the usual. So hopefully my mic is picking up my voice. And I'm pretty sure I did check it earlier. But excuse me. Basically, because I discovered a way to actually stream a little bit more stable. And that way is, and that method is to stream in a time where no one actually uses internet that much, which is midnight to towards the morning. I'm gonna go ahead and do it in maybe make some adjustments on my stream schedule. Basically, what will happen is the good news is I'll be streaming more frequently this time. Now that I found and now that I realized that I have to stream around this time to actually get a stable stream, uh, and then what you call it, and then stream still the usual times. No, no, no. What I mean is, uh, I will be streaming still at Sundays. That's definitely something that I wanted to be consistent at. To say it's a day or 2 days that I am constantly streaming at that time with no fail. But on any other days, it might be like some surprise stream or whatever I feel like it. Like streaming. Uh, that is very appropriate and whatnot. Appropriate time in terms of like stream stability. I will be streaming back then. By that time. Otherwise, I will definitely stream Sundays Manila time or Monday technically Manila time right now. It's just the time um, that will be a little bit different. Well, not really a little bit, it's like significantly different because you see, when I decided to stream, initially my plan is to actually stream towards the afternoon because the afternoon I can basically raise my voice and whatnot, and people wouldn't mind because no one's sleeping. Unlike right now, that a lot of people are sleeping, and although I'm trying to lower my voice as much as I can, uh, of course there will be times that I will raise my voice, and people will be disturbed because of the thin walls and whatnot. So, uh, basically, the whole idea is I will be streaming around this time, definitely. Now, also another thing is I might have already mentioned this last time, but I mentioned last time about my work schedule and how it drastically changed because of work changes. Um, so apparently, I will be working in the afternoons until the midnight. So basically, what will happen is I'll be able to stream again midnight towards the what you call it, the early morning. Now I'm referring to Manila time. Actually, let me check right now what's Eastern time, so I can probably just put my times on Eastern. Let's see. EST to Philippine time. So it's around 1 a.m. right now, Eastern time. So yeah, maybe probably 12 a.m. to 1 a.m. 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. Eastern time would be my usual time streaming. Uh, but I am I am in Asia right now, and right now it's deep into the midnight, and I'm trying my best to lower my voice to make sure that I'm not disturbing anybody. Um, but basically, uh, it seems like that my work schedule, I'll be working from the afternoon towards the midnight. So what will basically happen is I would actually still have time streaming before sleep, and then wake up, work again, and then sleep. So basically, definitely, I will have some time to stream, even on Sundays, which is basically the usual time that the usual day that I decided to stream. Um, so the great news is my work allows me my work schedule, at least currently, allows me to stream a little bit more frequently than the usual on the time that I am uh, at best streaming. In terms of stream stability and quality. Uh, so we're not dropping any quality, stream quality or frames, or we're not disconnecting even. So as you notice, we are very, very, very stable right now, and we'll definitely, you know, have a more bearable stream at this point. At least, at least. And also, this would also cater to our friends at the Western Hemisphere. You know, the other hemisphere, because this is actually early for them. So they'll be able to watch the stream on an earlier on an earlier time for them, around the afternoon. Although I don't really I'm not really particularly sure how uh, Twitch viewers, what time they tend to watch streams. I'm not really sure if it is towards the night more, or on the mornings more. I'm not really sure in the meantime, but we'll see. We'll see. At least my work schedule allows me to actually um, stream on a time, at least in my area, that my stream will be most stable and more bearable to watch in terms of quality. So yeah, and anyway, so there's that. So basically, um, what you call it? Our current plan right now, at least for next week, because this week I might not be able to stream that much because I still I'm still under the old work schedule, and my schedules would actually change next week after the transition. So I will be able to stream. I'll be able to probably the next time that I'll be able to stream is like Sunday next week. Sunday again. Well, not technically Sunday. Technically Monday here in my area, but Sunday afternoon, Eastern time, around around 1 p.m. Actually, now that I think about it, I should be using EST as a my time for a lot of things now that I'm streaming. Maybe I should use EST more than Manila time. Uh, yeah, maybe that's a good idea. I'll probably use EST. But anyway, um, so most likely time that I'll be streaming is around 12 p.m., 1 p.m. EST, Eastern Standard Time, around Mondays. And once I'm settled with my new schedule, I may be able to stream a little bit more frequently than the usual. There will be like maybe a day gap between each other. So let's say around Monday, Tuesday, and Friday. Monday, Wednesday, Friday, or maybe Tuesday, Thursday. Really depends. But the times will be always like 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. CST. I'm sorry, EST, Eastern Standard Time. Always around that time. No, without fail, because that's only literally the time that I can stream based on connection. based on the fact that it's midnight here around that time, and that is the time that less and less people are actually using internet service, uh, especially around here, the house. Although again, I don't believe that it should be the fact that other people are using our internet access that should cause the issue. It's the fact that a lot of people around that time are using internet in general, especially upload speeds. And I actually, here's the thing, I actually did notice that most streamers in my country, at least, uh, you see, a lot of streamers in my country actually uses Facebook for streaming instead of Twitch. A surprisingly minority of streamers in my country actually use Twitch for streaming. A lot of them, and I mean a lot of them, are actually streaming in Facebook. A lot of them. And a lot of them would also stream, let's say in the afternoon in my area, in afternoon here in my country. Uh, so maybe that's also the reason why. Probably the highest contributing factor in the fact that I can only stream at midnight towards the morning. And now that I realize it, I may uh have to I may have to stream around this time, really, just to make sure that I'm not like going in with the peak hours of internet usage for most of people here in my country. So I'm quickly checking something. Okay, all right, not seeing anything here. So yeah, that's basically the thing. That's basically the plan. Is to stream a little bit more frequently, at least starting next week, and I'll be streaming around this time. I'm probably good with around this time. Yeah, this is basically the best time to stream for me in where I am right now, and I don't really have a choice unless I get like a better internet service or a dedicated ISP, a dedicated line from an ISP that maybe a business account or whatnot. I don't know. It may take me a while, and I mean a lot of while to actually get there where I can like afford business account internet instead of residential account internet that allows me to stream at any time without issues because a faster connection that is less congested. But right now, I'll just have to deal with the fact that I can only stream around this time, which is, I mean, I'm already a night owl. I'm already a night owl, and I'm already like uh, someone that actually um, is up at night around this time. Although, although recently, and I mean like a couple of months ago, I started to actually sleep around this time more frequently than the usual. Uh, because I'm trying to get like a proper sleep, um, like a normal human being, and not like a vampire where I sleep in the mornings. I've been doing that for like a couple of months, and uh, it's not something that I used to, but I'm kind of enjoying the fact that I can sleep like around midnight or towards the morning, like a normal human being. And I have been a night owl for like for so long that it, it gave me like it gave me like a different feeling. So it's basically that. I am a night owl already. I'm someone that actually is up at night all the time. So I don't really see any problems with staying up at night, especially for streaming. Although I do need a lot of coffee. I do need a lot of coffee. Also, another fact is another thing that might be changing due to the fact that I can only stream around this time is the fact that um what you call it I can only stream towards the early morning. It's like 5 a.m. here in my area. So technically, I can only stream for like 5 to 6 hours at a time. I cannot really pass beyond that, or at least I haven't really tried yet. But I see myself not going past beyond like 5 hours or 6 hours, because it's already towards the morning, and I'm not really sure if the quality of the stream would actually drop down. Um, when will it actually plummet? So basically, uh, I think I'm just speculating. I'm not really sure about it. Hopefully, this is not the case, but I might be only able to stream like 5 to 6 hours at a time. Although, as much as I wanted to like extend it, I'm not really sure if the stream quality would actually plummet down as we go on to the stream for like beyond the fifth or sixth hour, which is around 5 or 6 a.m. here in my area. So it's not. It's basically we'll see. We'll see. We're still basically checking things out, feeling things out. You know. I'm just closing up a few things here. So yeah, we're just feeling it out. We're just uh, what you call it? We're just feeling things out. So anyway, what else? Let's see. I'm thinking of something else to say. So yeah, in terms of stream schedules, since we, se- just in summary, since we discovered a way to actually get a more stable stream, which is highly time dependent, uh, we will definitely base our stream schedules based on that fact. So, so right now I can at least safely say in the meantime that I'll be streaming usually around excuse me, I'll be streaming usually around 12 a.m. to 1 12 p.m. Or 1 p.m. 12 p.m. or 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for the stream. So basically, well, basically that's it. And also, yeah, I just remembered, uh, as I said last time, I just recently relaunched my Twitter. account where I usually post updates whenever I start streaming or about to stream or just anything that comes to mind. Really, uh, I'll be posting those on my Twitter that I just relaunched. So if you wanted to check out my Twitter, you can go ahead and click on the link right there on the chat. You can also you can also click the link at the bottom. I added my social links there at the bottom. You can also check out my Twitter right there. You can also follow it if you like. Uh, Go check it out because I'll be definitely posting some updates there whenever I stream or before I stream. And also, memes and whatnot. I'll be posting it there. I'm sorry, I'm a little bit. I'm just checking out some things here. Let's see what we can. Okay, at least we're stable. At least we're definitely stable. But yeah, I just remember that. Uh, I would honestly say that I'm a little bit. It's a little bit frustrating last time that we're cutting in and out when regards to the stream, because it's such a shame because I did notice that there's just a lot of people watching during that time, and it's just a shame that the stream is not really excuse me, it's not really that stable in terms of quality. Even connection literally is not stable. It just keeps on disconnecting, and it's just such a shame because I did notice that a lot of people were watching me during that time, and you know, keeps on disconnecting. But right now, we are definitely having a very, very, very stable stream. At least. So hopefully everything would work out. I'm definitely positive in this one. Definitely will work out. Definitely. So yeah. Anyway, another thing. What else would I need to talk about? What else? So yeah. We do definitely have some planned things for the next coming weeks. I'm still working on them, and one of them is again, one of them is basically doing a tier list, an unbiased, um, an unbiased tier list of Filipino foods that we have here in the Philippines, and I will be, as a Filipino myself, will be ranking them in a very fair, very unbiased judgment. Well, no bias here, no Filipino pride. It's me in and ranking food, Filipino food based on my own taste, based on taste uh, alone. No other influences like whatnot. There's no there's no bias here. This is unpartial, no non-partisan, no personal bias tier list of Filipino foods. And also along with that, I'll be ranking uh ranking up some I'm ranking them and maybe giving some information, maybe give some information about how they were made, if I have an idea, because I do have an idea of how some of them are made, or how some of them well, what ingredients that they have, and the method of cooking. At least most of them I'm familiar. So a little bit of the trivia as well on how they made and whatnot. Just give you like a rough idea of how they made and also how they taste. So it will be a very fair and balanced uh, ranking of foods, of Filipino foods on a tier list. Okay, so we will definitely do that next week. Okay, so all right. I almost forgot. So basically, for any of you that are just looking around, just watching the stream, hello and welcome to the stream. If you're just passing by, that's perfectly fine. You can go ahead and pass by. I wouldn't mind. And for those of you who are, although for you that are just lurking, I would also encourage you to join the chat and join the discussion. You can always ask me questions or advices, and I'll answer them as best as I can. And if you haven't, you can go ahead and click on the follow button right there at the bottom, so you'll be notified whenever I'm live. Now, you just wanted to lurk and just wanted to watch someone like me, like blabber and stammer and rant uh, random things about random things and stuff, you can go ahead and just chill. And also, I'm happy that we're almost actually at let's see, we're almost at 20 followers. Just a couple more before we reach 20 followers. Well, the thing is, that is the current goal right now, but technically the goal is 50 followers for an affiliate rank, and yeah, um, the good thing about the affiliate rank is once we reach it, we can basically use channel points to make me probably do things with channel points and whatnot. But the most important thing here is we can, expand the hero base a little. Make meet new friends, meet new faces, and whatnot. So if you haven't, just lurking. If you haven't, you can just go ahead and click the follow button. It is not only just to increase the follower count, but it's for your convenience because you'll be notified whenever I'm live, which is uh, hopefully on a more stable, more consistent time. Let's see what else is on the docket. Yeah, in the meantime, we'll just I guess we can just go ahead and chill and chat and maybe some reacts and later on, I might be working again with the world building stuff for my D&D setting and maybe a little bit of Minecraft. You know, hopefully. Uh, Well, I'm worried about Minecraft though because the thing is, it updated yet again to a new version. Basically, the one that I'm actually playing, the mod pack that I'm playing. It seems like that they updated to a new version again, yet again. And I'm not really sure at this point if the streamer will be able to capture it or the game would crash again, which is the main issue last time. For some reason, it doesn't let me actually capture the uh, the the game itself. It will just crash and that's it. So basically, that's what would basically happen. And again, it will what you call it. It will crash whenever you attempt to actually uh, try to what you call it. Try to capture it. The game will just crash. And that's it. So hopefully at this point, the with the new version, hopefully it will not crash this time. Just hopefully. Well, maybe. So if that's the case, maybe we can do a little bit of Minecraft. A little bit, probably. And let me just change in something. Maybe we're in not the correct. Now that I think about it, I think we're still on Dungeons and Dragons. There you go. Replacing ourselves in just chatting because we might get banned if we have like the incorrect category. So okay, let's see what we can do here now that we can go ahead and start. Oh, actually, I'm gonna actually watch something. Hold on. Let's see. Just give me one moment here. Let me readjust myself. Uh, mm, Let me just readjust myself here. So, because I wanted to watch something, a YouTube video that has just recently come out, and this is actually very significant for me, being a tokusatsu fan. Uh, oh, stop that. Being a tokusatsu fan, it's basically a something that is a essentially remake or retelling of a series that is near and dear to my heart because it basically uh, started my journey with tokusatsu way back when I was little. This is basically the series, or at least the series this is based on, is actually near and dear to my heart, and basically essentially started me uh, as a tokusatsu fan. So give me one moment here. See if I can capture this without leaking anything. Uh, go. Let me readjust this. It's too big. Okay, here we go. I think we are okay now. Okay, let me readjust this again. Okay, so all right. So let me pause this music first. So anyway, um, what we will do is we will be reacting to what seems to be a new trailer for Kamen Rider Black Sun. Basically, again, Kamen Rider Black is a Kamen Rider series that is near and dear to my heart because this show or this Kamen Rider series is the one that really started me with being a tokusatsu fan in general and being also a Kamen Rider fan. And this is probably Kamen Rider Black is probably like my top two or three Kamen Rider favorite Kamen Rider series of all time, and I mean all time. So this is very significant for me because this is basically it seems to be like a retelling of the Kamen Rider Black story, uh, and it seems like this is a way more uh, grittier, darker take on or darker retelling rather of Kamen Rider Black story, which is by itself the original Kamen Rider Black is already dark enough actually for its time. So it seems like that this is something that is way darker in terms of like uh story and presentation. Uh So it seems like that this also will be coming out at Amazon Prime. It's basically literally only just like the Kamen Rider Amazon's movie that is also made for Amazon Prime. Seems like that they're doing it again, and this time for Kamen Rider Black Sun. Uh, so we're gonna go ahead and watch the new trailer. It seems like that they just released a new trailer, or at least I haven't really watched this trailer yet. So we're gonna go ahead and watch it. Here we go.
俺はお前たちと同じ怪人だ。同じ怒りを感じている怪人だ。黙っていれば差別は続き、徹底的に叩き潰される。だからお前たちはもっと怒っていい。ここは人間だけの世界ではない。俺たちの世界でもある。だったら戦うしかないだろう。
生活ご苦労様です。
残りたくないのか。
キングストーン持ってたのか。
お前がキングストーンを奪ってこい。
私は倒すことはできない。
本能のままに殺し合いを従っているのは人間の方だ。
Okay. Okay, so a lot of things to take in there. Like a lot of things. Those are a lot of things to take in, and we're gonna go ahead and analyze it one by one. So first of all, presentation-wise, presentation is actually interesting. It's a more realistic take on the Kamen Rider Black story. Now, from what I understand, from the what you call it, from the promotional posters, this is basically Nobuhiko Akizuki, which is Shadow Moon from the original Kamen Rider Black series. This kid is actually is Nobuhiko, apparently from the promotional posters and whatnot. And checking on this, well, if you notice this dialogue line, and if you notice a situation right here,
同じ怪人だ。同じ怒りを感じている怪人だ。黙っていれば差別は続き、徹底。
so it seems like there is an aspect of a story in regards to discrimination and with the what you call it. There's some sort of a discrimination with kaijin. Kaijin is basically monsters. Now in the Kamen Rider Black, the original series, the kaijins are basically bioengineered humans that were stolen from that were stolen or kidnapped or even tempted sometimes by a group called the Gorgum. It's basically a cult that worships the Century King, and essentially, Kamen Rider Black and Kamen Rider Shadow Moon are basically candidates to be the next Century King. And we'll be discussing later the fact that it seems like that they're definitely going for the cult route here in terms of like Gorgum itself. And I mean a cult like the typical Japanese cult. Because believe me, there are cults in Japan, and there are many of them, and some of them are very controversial as well, and some of them are even are very dangerous. And it seems like they're patterning it based on those cults of the Gorgum itself, because in the original, uh, Gorgum is a cult, but there are more towards like the alien side with all of these like weird structures around them, like alien like structures, and even the Century King itself is basically like a throbbing heart from what I remember. Uh, but it seems like that this one is they're going towards the more culty the culty approach in terms of like aesthetics, which you will see later. But basically, this one it seems like that it is implied that there is some sort of like a discrimination towards kaijins. It seems like if this is the case, probably what's happening is the kaijins themselves, the monsters themselves, are living amongst humans. But of course, discrimination happens. It's a reality. For people that looks differently from us, you know, it's a reality, and it's a sad reality. And I think they're trying to portray it here, which is also interesting because that kind of also the same theme that was used in Amazons, in Kamen Rider Amazons. And it's towards discrimination towards the Amazons, which are the monsters of of that show. Uh, it seems like that they're going for the same route and the same story motive, but packaged in a different way because now the kaijin are being like encouraged to fight against discrimination, but by what seems to be Nobuhiko, which is Shadow Moon. So it's very interesting.
的に叩き潰される
So there's one of the kaijin. It's a fly kaijin, I guess. Yeah, and literally they're on a strike. They're on a rally.
だからお前たちはもっと怒っていいここは人間だけの世界ではない俺たちの世界でも
But also for us.
ある だったら戦うしかないだろ
So, all right, that is brutal. I actually love the logo here. I actually love the logo. It still screams of like a callback to the original logo, Kamen Rider Black, which is like brushstrokes, but this one is this full on brushstroke. From what I remember, that the original logo has like only B as the brushstroke, but this one they went all in. Like everything is brushstroke. And look, I just noticed that there is a snake here, which is, you see, the snake, the coiled snake, is basically Gorgum's insignia. It's a snake, a coiled snake, about to bite like an orb or something. Which is also the same logo, or kind of the same logo as Kamen Rider Black's chest has. It's basically Gorgum's insignia. Very interesting, and a great callback to that. So I guess this is I forgot his name. I guess this is you call it. Basically, this is Kamen Rider Black. This is basically Black Sun, but I forgot his human name. I know his Filipino dub name because you see, Kamen Rider Black was actually also showed here in the Philippines, and what they actually did, and the usual thing that they do before is they tend to change or switch up the names from a pure Japanese name to like a half Japanese, half, I don't know, Western name. Because here in the Philippines we mostly have Western or Spanish names. Um, so in his case, he is named Robert Akizuki, which is kind of incorrect in terms of the last name because Akizuki is not his last name. I actually forgot. Let me check. Let me check on that. Let's see. Let me check. Just black. Uh, okay. Yeah. Oh yeah, there you go. Kotaro Minami. Yeah. So basically, it seems like that this guy. It, oh, yeah, I was actually checking the wiki. So basically, this guy. So this guy is Kotaro Minami himself, which is again, as I mentioned earlier, in the Filipino dub, his name is Robert Akizuki. Instead, the same as Nobuhiko, which is in the Filipino dub, he's Steven Akizuki. Although it is as per the Kamen Rider Black story, Kotaro Minami here was actually taken in by the Akizuki family and basically adopted him from an orphanage. Um, so basically, him and Nobuhiko are half siblings or step siblings, but in the show he still takes his real name, which is Kotaro Minami, and his real last name. So yeah, they in the Filipino dub they still gave him the Akizuki last name, but that's kind of incorrect because he didn't really take the last name. Although he was adopted by the Akizuki family, he didn't take their last name. So going back, this is Kotaro himself. The actor actually looks good. The actor does look like the part. I like the how the actor looks in terms of like how Kotaro is usually like. Well, he's not really usually brooding, but he's usually like serious. He does have like his goofy moments, but not that much really. If you think about it, in Black RX though, in Kamen Rider Black RX, he's more goofy in that show. He's more laid back on that show because the way that it was actually presented. But this one, I do like the actor's way of like portraying Kotaro Minami in terms of like how serious it is he is all the time. So yeah, ensemble kaijins. So someone is being chased by kaijins. Oh, Bear Kenya. Oh, so Bear Kenya is here. Ostracoderm Kaijin. Beer Kenya. Yeah. Okay, so just to explain, Beer Kenya is basically like a mid. Well, he is mid. Well, no, no, no. I love Beer Kenya. I love Beer Kenya as a villain. He's kind of like a mid boss. A mid boss villain. Towards the latter half of the original Kamen Rider Black series. He kind of is like a higher commander or a higher general that try to kill Kamen Rider Black. He's very strong actually, and also fun fact that actor actually played a woman in another Tokusatsu series, which is Shider. Yeah, Uchu KG Shider. He is basically the same actor as that. Uh, from what I remember, the actor is very prolific in Tokusatsu series, in Tokusatsu shows. He actually has a lot of roles, even way back then, and he did play as one of the villains in Kamen Rider Black. And seems like that this guy is Bergenia for this series. He'll be taking the role as Bergenia for this series. Bat Kaijin. Alright. So Bat Kaijin, from what I remember, he was the very first. He was one of the very first Kaijin that Kamen Rider Black fought on the original series.
ご苦労様ですよ。
And one thing that I noticed here, it seems like that they're saying that what Kaijin they are, but they're not really showing what they look like, or maybe I missed it. So this is the Blue Whale Kaijin, Kujira Kaijin. Interesting part about the Kujira Kaijin is, since a little bit of a spoiler, you can go ahead and skip this if you don't want any spoilers. Interesting about the Kujira Kaijin, the Blue Whale Kaijin, is he is one of the good guys. He is actually one of the Kaijin that helped Kamen Rider Black towards the end of the series. There's the latter half, the final half of arc of the series, which is against Shadow Moon. Because guess what? Kamen Rider Black actually died once during his battle with Shadow Moon. He did die, literally died, like not unconscious but died. And it is Kujira Kaijin, or Blue Whale Kaijin, that actually helped him revive himself to life and get back to Shadow Moon. And get him stronger, basically. And he did die in the series, actually, when the other Gorgum Kaijin found out that he betrayed basically the Gorgum. They killed him, but he was able to revive Kamen Rider Black during that time. So I don't know if he will take basically the same role in this one, or will Blue Whale Kaijin would be an enemy this time? Not really sure. Saber-tooth Kaijin. Okay, so this is basically the three priests: is Braum, Bishom, and
お前がキングストーン奪ってこい。
Bishom and Darom. These are basically your three like head priests of Gorgon. The three like generals, which are the strongest kaijin in the show. They're basically the ones attaching plans towards Kamen Rider Black to either retrieve him or straight up kill him. And again, as I was explaining earlier, it seems like that they're going for like an actual culty aesthetic in this one. Not unlike their original forms that are like basically alien in nature. Although they are calling themselves priests, and Gorgon is being called as a cult. They call it as a cult. They don't really show anything that is culty. So I think in this one they are showing that they are indeed a cult, and they are literally designed after like actual Japanese cults, especially the dangerous ones. So
お前がキングストーン奪ってこい。
私を倒すことはできない。
本能の
follow the instincts. Humans need to kill each
まま
other.
に殺し合いを従っているのは人間の方だ。
So that's basically one of the kaijins as well, a spider kaijin. Which is, fun fact, almost in every Kamen Rider series, the first kaijins that Kamen Riders fight are either a spider or a bat monster. In almost all of Kamen Rider series, at least the older ones, almost all of them would fight first, either a spider or a bat. So yeah, so this is quite interesting, and it seems like that they're showing also Kaijin would look like, and this is brutal. But don't worry, he's okay. He's okay. Kotaro is okay because he is basically a Kaizo Ningen. He's basically now a bioengineered human at this point. Okay, so yeah, it's very interesting. I will definitely watch this. Definitely would watch this. Because I definitely loved Kamen Rider Amazons. In terms of story and presentation, and even the gore. Well, although it's gratuitous gore, which is something that they literally lifted up from the original series, Kamen Rider Amazon. Uh, I do like the story, and the aspect of like, uh, what's so different between a monster and a human? If humans themselves are also acting as monsters as well, uh, what's the difference between them and whatnot? And it seems like that the same dilemma and the same like question of morality is also presented here in this series, at least. In terms of like, are the kaijins do kaijins deserve to live, or do they deserve to be discriminated, or are they different? Are they no different from humans, or are they different in how the humans should treat them, or how kaijin should treat them? Uh, yeah, it seems like that they're basically presenting the same ideas in this one, on a different packaging as well, because that's kind of the same case with Kamen Rider Amazons, kinda. Uh, so I'm not really sure if they will like basically do the same approach in terms of like how the story goes, versus how the premise goes, you know. So I am still excited for this one. I'm definitely excited because again, this is a retelling of a Kamen Rider series that is basically shaped what I am now as a Tokusatsu fan, and a Kamen Rider series that I definitely near and dear to my heart, and I'm actually very interested on how they would approach this series at this time in terms of retelling the whole story. So I'm really excited. So yeah, this would be shown on October 28th, 2022. Just a couple of months, or actually a month from now. Uh, no, it's a couple of months, 2 months. And it's on Amazon Prime Video. Okay, so yeah, I will definitely watch this. Definitely watch this. I'm very definitely excited for this. So okay, that is Kamen Rider Black Sun. Let's see what we can. Let's see what else we can react here. And also, again, if you're just looking on the stream or just watching, that's perfectly fine. But if you can, just please hit the follow button right there so you'll be notified whenever I go live. And also, a lot more content will come up in the future, so please watch out. And thank you for hanging out, even if you're not talking. But if you want, you can go ahead and chat, send a message. Let's see what else we can check out here. Oh, I saw something a bit interesting. Go ahead and check it out. Oh. Let's see here. Let me show it here. This is interesting. It seems to be the Kamen Rider Gate spell. Let's go ahead and watch it. Okay, let's see. Let me increase my volume. The radio's volume here. Hopefully it's not too loud. It seems like someone already got the driver. Oh, 01. Huh, I wonder if someone else actually have the actual belt. Yeah, it seems like that this is like for 01. But I want to check out the actual Geats belt. The desired driver. Okay, I guess this one is good. Oh, it's from the same it's actually from the same dude or same person. Man, I really love the designs. I'm loving the designs. So that's the belt itself. Just like we put things in there. Attaches some things. Also, you attach like the thingies, the attachments on the belt itself. Here for the forms. Yeah, look how simple it is. If you don't put in anything, it's quite simple. It's sleek, you know. I actually like the sleekness of the belt itself in terms of like you don't really put anything in there. It's quite simple, but definitely futuristic. Desire driver. So that's plain. So I think the riders have the same, basically the same belt, but different attachments. Which definitely the usual. Hmm. It's a nice sound. Nice sound effect. It doesn't really, blow your ears out. You see, the things that I kind of hate about like newer versions of rider belts is the way that they sound so loud. It kind of gets annoying. It's a lot of like music and singing and sound effects and blah blah blah. It's just too like much for something that could have been simple. You know, a lot of the older writer bits. Again, I am a boomer, and I do love my older Kamen Rider series. And you see, the thing about those older belts is they don't really have that much um sound effects. Uh, and those sound effects don't like overstay their welcome. I should say that's the closest thing that I can probably give out as a description in terms of like how I feel about newer belts. They don't overstay their welcome in terms of like the sound effects and how long they are and how long-winded they are and unnecessary they are. Uh, like belts like this one, belts like this one. It's just simple. It does have sound effects which are cool. The sound effects are cool, but they're not too long. Not unnecessarily long, uh, but at the same time, it's not really simple as well. So I like the way that this belt sounds in terms of like it doesn't have too much. It's just right. Yeah, I really like it. Again, it is long, but it's not unnecessarily long. Yeah, so from the looks of it, you can actually attach like two things on each side. So it seems like that one side is already enough. Boost. Ready. boost time. Yeah, you can like switch it on the other side and the other side, and as I mentioned earlier, you can attach both attachments on back to on either side. Yeah, just like that. And switching out. So attaching the other one then. So this looks complete. This actually looks complete now. Oh, I love that. I love that effect. I actually love that effect. You know, it changes depending on the color. I think that how it works is each color, like that green, would only light up the green parts because they're green, and this one would light up the red, light up red, and would only light up the red parts, the colored red parts, literally on the plastic. But I like the way that they like what you call it. I like the way that they presented that effect of like changing. Yeah, and there's the blue one. Yeah, I love this. I love the effect. That changing, the pattern changes with the light. So switching out. So there's actually like a fairly large amount of like combinations here. You know, you switch it out and then you switch it. From what I remember, whenever you switch it out, from what I remember, whenever you switch it out, Geats would like switch it from upper to lower and lower to upper body. That's I think that's how it works, from what I understand from the other trailers. That For example, one side is Magnum and the other side is Boost, the left side is Magnum. If the left side is Magnum, that means his upper body is under a shows the Magnum form, and the lower body would show the Boost form. And if you switch out the positions, like what he did, uh, the reverse effect would occur. Magnum form would be the lower body, and then the Boost form would be the upper body. Whatever. That's what I understand. Okay, so this is the other dude's. Oh, that's cool. This is the other dude's belt attachment. Oh, this is actually cool. It pops out. And that was actually great value. You'll get like 2 forms already for the. I hope the price of one. You will get already like 2 riders already on just one package. Zombie. That's interesting. It says zombie. Yeah, zombie. Literally, it said zombie, so it's a zombie form. So switch it up. I actually like the how the attachment looks, but I didn't know it's a zombie one. It's really obvious. Okay, so that's the other rider. Yeah. I wonder if they actually would. So what I noticed is there's a lot of attachments. Zombie. Cross zombie. Oh god, this actually makes me watch other reviews of belts. I wonder if there's like other videos of this guy with other belts, like from Kuga to maybe even from Showa. Of course, we don't have time to watch the secondary ones, of course. So that's the finisher. So he'll attach the Magnum one. So you can technically use the. I forgot the rider's name. It starts with a B. I forgot the rider's name. It's Bully? I don't know. I kind of forgot. Yeah, it's basically the same. Just like in a different, I kind of wanted to check if this guy has actually other videos. Let me check if I can get other videos of this guy for older belts. Let's see. Playlist. So I do see actually Ultraman. I even see the Raymond toys. There's Kamen Rider V3 here. Let's see for the next. Let's see. Yeah, there's actually a lot here. Let me show you. There's actually a lot. And we're trying to find something that let me see if I can search for Kuga first. Oh, okay, here we go. So, so we'll start with Kuga first. So we'll start with Kuga. So this is basically the first rider in the Heisei series, the Heisei era Kamen Rider. Now, fun fact, I do have the belt, but it's the deluxe version, not the complete selection mods, the CSM, complete selection modification. Basically, the complete selection modification series is basically a remake of the belt itself, but it's for adults. It's essentially collectible, and it's modeled after what would the belt actually would look like in the series itself, and not the toy version. Uh, what I actually have before, is the toy version of this one, the deluxe version or the DX version. That's what I have before, and actually that's one of my first rider belts that I own, because I love Kamen Rider Kuga. This is like top one, like basically my top one Kamen Rider series. Oh, I love the CSM version. It has so many gimmicks. See, you notice. So you notice that older belts don't have really that much sounds, even voices. What is D mode? I wonder what D mode is. So it's Kuga Mighty Form. I love that. You see, what he did is he there is actually a sensor right there apparently, a motion sensor. It's essentially because how Kuga transforms is he places both of his palms on the belt itself, to actually summon it, and the CSM version, because again, this is literally patterned, or made after the actual belt in the series and how it would literally work instead of like just a toy. Uh, so what they did is they put in like a motion sensor that would activate when you put your hand on it, because in the series you would, the Kamen Rider Kuga or Yusuke Godai, the protagonist, would put both of his palms onto his navel to actually summon the belt. So that's what he did. And again, this is like, one of the gimmicks of the CSM versions of Kamen Rider belts, is since they are patterned after, or they're made after, the actual belts of the show itself and not a toy version. uh Whatever gimmick that they put in here is based on the show itself. Yeah, because the toy version of this doesn't have that sensor, so it will just like, uh you will not have that, like that sound effect, because it doesn't have that sensor here. So that's how cracks the monster cracks whenever he does the kick. I wonder what that D mode is. Or display mode. Oh, display mode. Okay. I think D mode is display mode. I think. So let's move to the. So there's another version. So that sounds different. That sounds a little bit different. episode 2 version Mighty Form. So even specific version episodes. Yeah, episode 2 I think is the first time that he yeah, the ones that he punched the monster to actually transform. So that's why it's the episode 2 version, because in that version he had to like punch the monster to actually bring out his armor. So that's actually in reference to, that's why it's called the episode 2 version, because he transformed differently on that version, on that episode. Dragon form. Okay, so let's check out the dragon form here. So those are his finishers. So this is the Pegasus form. He uses a crossbow. So it's basically the same. Titan form. The purple one. Basically using a sword. Just the display mode. Short henshin. So it's like a short version. Well, this one is the rising. So we're gonna see now the rising version. Yeah. So basically, it has like the gold trims. Because besides the normal forms, they have the rising versions of those normal forms, the Pegasus, Titan, you know, yeah. So they have like the ones that has the gold trim is the rising forms. Yeah, so it's basically the same, but have that like blue attachment. And this one, Amazing Mighty, is I think the black, or the black version, color black, which only showed like one episode technically. And oh, hello, hello, world armor is weak. Well, really depends on how you use it. But well, welcome to the stream and thank you for watching. It is I, Armored Retriever, Ryu Shinden, and go ahead and take a seat, grab some refreshments, and enjoy the stream. Thank you for watching. And if you haven't, you can go ahead and press the follow button, and so you'll be notified whenever I'm live. So what we're basically doing now is basically watching Kamen Rider belt videos. This one is the Kuga belt, which is from a series that is uh, this essentially my top one Kamen Rider series, which is Kamen Rider Kuga, and I literally have this belt, or at least the toy version of it. This is the complete selection version, which is essentially like a collector's item version of the same belt. It has more gimmicks and whatnot. So basically, it's essentially that. But yeah, again, welcome to the stream. It's long-winded because the scene itself is actually long-winded as well. So this is the ultimate form. So like basically the final form. It's essentially black. Oh, so if you notice here, the colors are actually already gone. Because it's just black and gold essentially. So this is the red. Yeah, so it's essentially that. It's kind of already the same at the across this point, but this is basically like the final form. So yeah, yeah, I do have this belt, and this belt is really cool because it is from the Kamen Rider series that I love, and I do actually have the belt, but it doesn't it doesn't really work now. Uh, it's actually broken, and I wasn't really able to try to fix it. The belt itself is on display in my room, but it doesn't really work like before. So let's see what else we can do here. So anyway, again, for those who are here and watching the stream, if you're just lurking, thank you so much for actually watching the stream. Uh, don't hesitate to actually send a message to chat. I would love to talk with you and then, you know, interact, chat up, uh, basically chill with you guys. And if again you haven't, you can always click on the follow button on the bottom so you'll be notified whenever I'm live. So let's see what we can do next. Let's see here. And also, also just to let you know, if you have like any videos that could be cool to actually watch and react to, you can go ahead and post it on the chat. I'm pretty sure I disabled the timeouts uh for links. Pretty sure I did. I'm not really sure though. But if you want, you can go ahead and just post it on the chat. For any videos that we can react to, that will it's probably interesting. So let's see. I'm trying to search for something here. Let's see what we can. What else that we can react to? Oh, um, actually, I would take a break for a little bit. I'm just gonna get something, and I actually just bring down something to the kitchen. I have my plate of food here beside me. I'll just bring it down to the kitchen. Maybe take a small pee break, just a little bit of small pee break, and once I come back, we'll go ahead and proceed with whatever we're doing. So just stay tuned. Go away. Don't go away. Right? Right. Just sit there. Don't go away. Right? Okay, I'm back. I just got the I just got to drink some water and take a pee break, little short pee break for you know gotta take your pee breaks. Ever don't ever hold them in because keep your kidneys healthy, keep your body healthy. Don't hold in pee on your balls because pee are stored in the balls. Don't hold your pee for your health. Don't ever do that because have I have let's say I have known friends that actually tend to do that, and they unfortunately uh, they unfortunately suffer the consequences for that, and that is a shame. So don't ever hold your pee ever for any reason. If you can uh, relieve yourself as soon as possible, and as soon as you definitely possible, as soon as you can, to prevent any complications, anything bad that can happen to your body and whatnot. So don't hold your pee. This is a public service message from your resident armored Vtuber. So anyway, what are we doing? Actually, I just saw something earlier. It seems like you know, it seems like that. As we were watching earlier, uh, something about Kamen Rider Geats, the belt itself. I didn't realize that there is already seems like there is already like a first episode henshin sequence and a finisher. They taken directly from the first episode. Of course, we will not watch the full first episode because I don't want to get DMCA'd. We're just gonna react to the first henshin and the finisher move. So we're gonna go ahead and watch that. Just give me one moment here. Let me readjust myself again. I think my music is too loud. Let's see. Just gonna move myself over here. And we're gonna check this one out again. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Stop, 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 stop. Okay. So here we go. Let's check this one out. So let's check this one out and see what seems to be taken directly from the first episode. Kamen Rider Geats. Kamen Rider Geats. First time doing the henshin sequence, the form changes, and even the finisher. So let's go ahead and check it out. Let's see what we're dealing here. That looks weird. That looks so weird. Just switch this out. I'm pretty sure that's the gimmick for the toy, but it looks weird. It's kind of like what Decade does with uh with the writers. They're like changing into something that looks like weird and painful, changing into a big gun, a big bow, like a sword. It's so weird. I like what I'm seeing. Definitely like what I'm seeing. Okay. Let's see here. So that's Kamen Rider Gates. So what else we should watch? Hmm. Do, 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 do. Yeah, and again, just a. I already said this, but again, thank you so much for watching. If you're watching right now, if you're just lurking, that's perfectly fine. You can just lurk and chill. But if you can also, you know, send a message to the chat. Go ahead and send a message to the chat. I will definitely answer questions and just chill out and whatnot. And if you haven't, you can go ahead and click the follow button right down below the stream, so you'll be notified whenever I go live. Again, you can also follow my Twitter. I posted the Twitter. I also posted like the Twitter link on the chat and also below the stream as well, so you can go ahead and follow that Twitter account. So you'll be notified as well whenever I go live, because I also post on Twitter whenever I go live as well. Also, some things that I post are like kind of interesting. No. And again, thank you so much for watching. So let's see. Let me actually move myself first, right in front of the screen. Let me scoot over. And again, as far as stream goes, so far so good. We are actually on a very good stable rate in terms of the stream itself. It's like that we're getting some good connection numbers here. So readjusting some things here. So what else should we check out? Oh, and I actually wanted to share something that I did earlier. Uh, I actually watched a stream of someone that I followed for quite a while, which is Sea Dog VA. And also someone, a YouTuber that I also follow quite religiously, which is Chris Broad. And right now they have been doing like a cycling marathon for the past 6 or 7 days. I think this would be the seventh day that they're doing it. It's basically the last day, which I'll be definitely watching later. And they are basically cycling across Hokkaido. I remember, and from what I remember, it's around 500 miles or 500 kilometers. I don't know. It's basically, I think it's 500 kilometers from what I remember. And they're cycling for across Hokkaido for the past 7 days or 6 days, and I think this the later will be the last one. And they're doing it basically to raise funds for charity for the Immunodeficiency Fund, uh, Immunodeficiency Foundation, and they have been doing it for quite a while now, and it's a very it's a very entertaining stream, and it's also a very a charitable organization, and I am definitely in support of that endeavor, and I have been enjoying the streams for quite a while now. Just to share, just to share that they're doing this cycling marathon. I think they will release a YouTube video later on, but right now they're streaming it. I think they will be streaming the last day later. Um, and yeah, I just want to share that, and it's a great endeavor. I definitely support it, especially it is for the Immunodeficiency Foundation, which is a foundation that also provides help, especially for also for one of the VTubers that I follow and I have been inspired from since day one, which is Iron Mouse. She actually has a condition, immunodeficiency condition, that basically prevents her from, um, going out and interacting with people. So basically, streaming is a way for her to like interact with people and such, where she cannot due to her illness. And the Immunodeficiency Foundation is one of those foundations that actually help her, which is in turn, which is a great endeavor as well. I am very inspired by Iron Mouse's determination to fight the odds, despite her condition, and be one of the best VTubers around Twitch, and even beyond Twitch actually. So I definitely support that, and I also definitely support CDog VA and Chris Broad for their endeavor, uh, for doing this charity. And in my small own way, I did made some donations. It's not that much because I am poor. It's not that much, but I did some contributions, and I did watch the streams as well, as a support, giving them more support and such. And this is also like in my small little way, sharing the awareness for the charity cycling stream, and for the foundation as well, to raise some funds for charity. And yeah, just wanted to share. So what else were we doing then? I just remembered because I am also seeing some clips here on YouTube about it, about the cycling streams, and definitely a courageous and an endeavor of massive proportions for charity. Hmm. I'm sorry, I'm trying to actually load up this thing here. And again, if you have like any videos that you can share, you can just post it on the chat and we can go ahead and react to it, you know. And if you have like any questions about me or the stream or whatever, you can go ahead and post it on the chat as well. I'm actually interested in watching this one. Hmm. Doo-doo-doo. Okay, I guess here's what we will do then. So let's try this then. I'm just gonna try to load something here, and let's see if we can, if I can, it will even cooperate. Okay, I guess what we were waiting. I guess while we were waiting, we can go ahead and probably watch this. Oh, this was 4 years ago. So let's watch this one while we wait. Let me again scoot again on my little spot right here on the side. And I guess we can watch this as well. So it seems like that I found a video that is quite interesting to watch and react to, which is Kamen Rider is incredible. So let's go ahead and watch this and see how it goes. Yeah, many. Goreja. Ichigo. Skullman, I do have like the reimagining manga. Um, which he does still look like this. But it's like a more like modern take. Maybe Ishinomori uh created it at a later time. But this seems to be like the original one, the original Skullman. Uh, just to give you a basic idea about Skullman, he's basically just a dude that is immortal, so he cannot really die. He keeps on reviving, and that's his basically his superpower. That's from what I remember, and that's what I remember from the like what you call it, the the the, the retelling version of Skullman in the manga itself. I only have like a few issues, like two or three issues of it. But yeah, Skullman is good. It's kind of good. The story is simple enough to digest, but it's good for what it wanted to portray. Yes, you heard it right. Former Nazis. Yes, yes. You you didn't misheard it or whatnot. You didn't misheard it. Believe me, they are definitely patterned after Nazis. And well, excuse me, in the lore itself, in the actual lore itself, they are actual Nazis, and they did come from Nazis because way back then, even way back then, uh, I don't know. I don't really wanted to comment about Japanese history in terms of like their participation in the Second World War and their supposedly what you call it uh pseudo allegiance with Nazi Germany in terms of like not their allies, not allies as such. I don't know. Uh, but yeah, you heard it right. They are they are former Nazis, and there are actually tokusatsu wherein there is a particular Kamen Rider series even that uh where a Kamen Rider was fighting a monster that it literally has Hitler's face on it. So yeah, it's wow. You'll just go wow. They did it. They did it really way back then. They are going with that. This dude is still around. Yeah, this dude is still around. He's still actually reprising his role as Kamen Rider, and in very recently, his son actually took on the role of his role before, which is Takeshi Hongo. Uh, uh, this actor, his son now is actually has actually taken the same role in a retelling or a reimagined version of the original Kamen Rider series. I believe they didn't really change that much in terms of story, except for the fact that his son is now playing his role. So, and basically that's it, from what I remember. But there are like recent Kamen Rider movies where he did come back as himself, Takeshi Hongo, and like an improved version of, well, Kamen Rider Ichigo, which is him. You know what? You know what? That plot, that basic plot of how someone turned into a Kamen Rider and how they are now fighting against this organization has been the same across like many years with different Kamen Riders. Basically, the only difference is this their circumstance before they were made Kamen Riders. But the premise of them being kidnapped and turned into a cyborg against their will, except for one series, which is Kamen Rider Stronger, which is I will explain later how wacky the protagonist of that how batshit insane that the protagonist of that series is. Almost all of them were kidnapped against their will, and they were tense against their will. And some doctor that is now trying to defect the evil organization is has uh, secretly altered the process to have these common riders keep their memories as humans and not be influenced by the evil organization, and then helping them escape, and now they are fighting against the evil organization. That's basically like the whole basic premise or origin story of almost all common writers, actually, except for one. Well, slightly except for one, which is Kamen Rider Stronger. Now to explain that, now to explain what happened to Kamen Rider Stronger is you basically have the same premise. The exception is the the protagonist was so batshit insane and so confident that what he did is he deliberately had himself kidnapped, because basically the whole idea is his best friend got kidnapped and turned into a cyborg monster. That's how it goes. And he died, basically. Um, so, as a revenge, what he did is he deliberately had himself kidnapped by the organization itself and had himself changed into a common writer. And before like the re-education or the mind control begins, he escaped. So there's a slight difference between the rest of the common writers and Common Rider Stronger, because the protagonist on that show is literally a magnificent bastard. Uh, and the whole difference is, while others were kidnapped against their will, he, uh, Joe Shigeru, I think is his name, he deliberately had himself kidnapped to be turned into a common writer out of revenge for his best friend. So yeah, yeah, that is definitely true. Again, as I mentioned earlier, the across the Showa Kamen Rider series, at least all of them all of them just has basically the same formula every week. Every episode has basically the same formula. They're just like different what common writer it is for that year. Basically, but the stories themselves are not really that deep, except for Common Rider Black. I guess. Um, they're not really that deep, and they're like full of contrivances and full of tropes, full of convenient plot retcons and changes even in the middle of the series itself because of like production issues uh, and whatnot. They're not really that deep stories because again these are children's shows essentially, so you don't really have to expect like a deep story for this, especially way back then. That's the thing though. In terms of costume, these costumes are like made. They're not really bought technically. But again, we're talking about 1960s here. 1960s, 1970s, you know. And it definitely invokes of like that Star Trek episode. I forgot that alien's name. It's basically that. But of course, this is way better action because stuntmen back then are like cracked even way back then. And it goes to show that even if the costume is shitty, if the execution of the stuntmen, the suit actors are great, they 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 can pull it off as actually convincing villains. It's so weird. It's so weird. The laugh is so weird, really, and that's the thing that I love about Kamen Riders back then. Yep, that's him. Yeah, that's true. He did perform his own stunts. I think there's this one time that he had an accident, and that's where Kamen Rider 2 came in. Kamen Rider Nigo. Because the actor that is playing the first one got into an accident, a motorcycle accident, while filming this. So what they did is they introduced another person uh, as a Kamen Rider. It was a different actor. But what they did is they wrote it as someone that is different from Kamen Rider Ichigo. So they called this dude Ichigo and they called the other dude Nigo. Uh, to explain away the difference between the actors, basically. Let me check something here. Sorry, I was actually loading something on the background, and Just need to check if okay. All right, it didn't work. I thought so. Yeah, it doesn't work again. What I've been doing, I'm actually loading Minecraft on the background, and again, as I explained earlier, I tried well earlier, way back, I tried to load Minecraft, and what it will do is it will crash whenever you try to like capture it. And it seems like it's doing it again. I was able to play like a certain version of it though. So I wonder if I can go ahead and use that version instead. But we'll check out later. But anyway, we'll go ahead and watch this. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah, I remembered this episode. And I was even way back then. I was like, what? Okay. Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing though. That's also what I really loved about Tokusatsu. Even way back then. Whether it's Kamen Rider or Super Sentai or Ultraman, the fact that they're very creative when it comes to how they shot their shots and what they intended to do, and what they intended to to show as an effect, it's actually quite impressive for the time. You can't help but to like admire the fact that during that time, due to limited resources and limited technology, in terms of filming in general back then, they had to be creative. They had to come up with ways to show a certain effect or a certain scene in a way that they can show it the closest way possible with the means that they have in terms of like technical limitations and technological limitations, even budgetary limitations as well, even you know special effects limitations. They had to come up with quite creative ways of doing it, and I really admire that fact. That's why even until now, I am a very huge fan of special of practical effects because when you use practical effects, you're essentially milking yourself dry on your brain of ideas on how you could pull off this specific scene and what you're trying to show to the audience so so I am still, even until now, a very huge fan of practical effects because of that, because it literally forces production, film producers and directors, and even from uh, the stuntmen, the camera operators, the editors, to come up with ways, creative ways to circumvent limitations, technical limitations, and show a certain effect, which is sometimes impressive, actually. Yeah. The first dab, yeah, he did. Common Rider, uh, Common Rider did the first dab in history, I guess. That's yeah. Again, and I think they're also pulling some stuff from Japanese horror movies, even way back then, which is also scary and by itself. Uh, it's very incredible. I'm pretty sure that even way back then they are pulling they are pulling ideas definitely from Japanese horror movies even way back then. Like there's this infamous one, Sweet House, which is apparently what inspired the Resident Evil series as a basis. That movie is actually scary. Not gonna lie, and for me that doesn't really watch that much horror movies because I'm very picky when it comes to horror movies. I don't really want the jump scary ones and something like that. Um, I'm more of like the atmospheric horror, atmospheric dread. Uh, the feeling of dread when it comes to horror movies. Japanese horror movies are masters of that style of horror. And I definitely do see his point that even Kamen Rider was pulling off like pulling inspiration from Japanese horror movies and such. This Dark Souls. Yeah. Yeah, this man is good looking back then. Even way back then, this man is good looking. Yep. Yeah. He's old way back then. He's still old even now. Yeah, I love uh I also love Toby Tachibana's character because despite him being human, he basically is like the the person that has so much contributions and so much help when it comes to Takeshi Hongo as Kamen Rider because he essentially is like the moral linchpin and he basically is like the moral support that Takeshi Hongo would be lost without him. Although it has been a while since he is not around. Even during the newer movie, based on the same storyline of Kamen Rider, he is definitely well, the heaviest support, uh, the most important support person for someone like Takeshi Hongo, which is essentially someone that can literally do anything as a Kamen Rider, but of course that power wouldn't be useless without someone that is like guiding him through and reminding him of his like sense of justice and whatnot, and also being despite like a human, a literal human that has no superpowers and such, he is he provided so much help, and that's what I love about his character. That even if he is helping like essentially superhuman, that superhuman wouldn't even function without him. You know, to ground Takeshi Hongo and to keep him uh focused on being like the symbol of justice as a common writer. This is what I'm talking about earlier. The accident. Taru, Taru. uh, Also another thing that I remembered about this, it apparently Hiroshi Fujioka, the actor, apparently way back then, he tried to audition for a role of a like a Japanese historic history drama that is quite popular back then. He tried to apply audition for a role that he'd really like to play as, and he was apparently accepted. However, there's a big issue. He was filming Kamen Rider back then. Uh, and from what I remember, he got depressed because of scheduling conflicts. He was not able to get that role that he really liked to get as an actor. It's basically like his whole reason of being an actor is for that role. From what I surmise. So he got really depressed, and he apparently like stayed on his trailer for quite a while, being depressed and all. But apparently, a fan, a, a kid fan would send him a letter uh, of how they really love his character, and how they love Kamen Rider, and how they were inspired to do like good things because of Kamen Rider and whatnot. And uh, that actually made him to be more motivated to play as the character, and to still film Kamen Rider despite the fact that his dream role, he had to give up this essentially his dream role for that. I don't know if it's true, but I actually read it somewhere. That's one of the trivias that I remember reading somewhere, and I think this he kind of speaks about it here because of like the children part. But that's what I remember back then. 98, 98 episodes. That's actually way longer than a standard Kamen Rider series length, which is around 50 plus episodes. Doesn't really go beyond like 56 or 57 usually nowadays with the current Kamen Riders or the Kamen Riders that have been releasing recently. Uh, so that's long. That's 98 episodes. Yeah, it is true. Uh, yeah. So that's a video about Kamen Rider, which is yeah, what he said is true. You might it might be off-putting at first because of how it aged not so well, but then it also did age well at the same time. I know it's confusing, but you can go ahead and give it a try. I would actually, as a tokusatsu fan myself, I would totally recommend to start with Kamen Rider. The first series that you should watch as a start. You can definitely go ahead and watch Kamen Rider as a starter, as your starter Kamen Rider series. Um, I wouldn't really recommend it that often, but I would say that it is also a very good start when it comes to Kamen Rider and your journey as a Tokusatsu fan, or basically even a Kamen Rider fan. You can go ahead and start with Kamen Rider. Although personally, in my opinion, I would recommend starting with Decade first. I would recommend starting with Decade first and then work your way backwards, because Decade is basically a Kamen Rider series that essentially introduces a lot of Kamen Riders, but uh, it doesn't really it doesn't really overwhelm you with lore and references that much that heavily, because the series itself, Kamen Rider Decade, is still focused on Decade, and that's what I like about its writing. But if you decided to start with this one, the very first one, with Kamen Rider, yeah, you can definitely go ahead and start with one. I would also recommend this as like a starter series if you literally wanted to start with where it all began. Uh, and again, it might be off-putting because of the age. It might be off-putting because it is definitely a very, 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 very old show. Uh, but if you can like just turn off your brain a little bit and just enjoy it for what it is, I'm pretty sure that you will enjoy this one. In terms of like how the special effects were executed, how how the actors are portrayed their characters. It doesn't really have a deep story because it doesn't need to have a deep story because again, it is essentially a kids show. It's a children's show, so you don't really expect that much deep story unless you go like beyond the other series. Uh, but if you can just turn off your brain and just imagine yourself as like a kid watching um, a weekly morning show, weekly morning superhero show, I would highly recommend this. And then from here, you can just go along the order where a chronological release of every Kamen Rider series there after. Uh, so yeah, I would definitely recommend this as a start if you're really just starting out with Kamen Rider. If you don't really mind like the age of the series and how it was produced, and how it looks, you're just really in for like a fun time with a changing superhero. You can go ahead and watch this. Yeah. So that is Kamen Rider. Very, very interesting video. Very interesting. But again, personally, I would still recommend people to start off with Decade, Kamen Rider Decade. Uh, if if you really wanted to convince like someone that is pretty much new with Tokusatsu, in general, uh, on which Kamen Rider they should start watching, I would still recommend Decade. It's a great starter Kamen Rider. But this is fine. This is fine. This is also okay if you wanted to start with the very first one. So let's see. What else should we watch? What's this? Oh. What should we watch here? Oops, sorry about that. Forgot to mute. Let's see. Okay, let's see if this would actually load up. Okay. It's actually been quite a while since I played this. I guess we can go ahead and start playing some games. Let's see if I can load this one up even. So again, for those of you who are watching, thank you so much for watching this stream. If you're just lurking, that's perfectly fine. But if you can, or if you like, you can go ahead and press the follow button right there, so you'll be notified whenever I go live. So we're gonna play a little bit of this game, and I haven't really played this game for quite a while now. I did play it a bit recently, just to test out some stuff. But in terms of like playing it, I haven't really played it for quite a while. Let's see. It's still loading up. Let's see if we can even capture this one. Huh. Game capture? I wonder if it will even capture. Huh. Okay. Let's see. Let me switch it out really quick. Just don't mind it. Doesn't really capture it. Wonder though. Yeah, so basically what we're doing is we're basically playing Vampire Survivors. It's been a while since I played this one. If I can only like capture it though. Just give me one moment here. Let me try this way then. Capture. Oh, there you go. There you go. Okay, so let's see here. Put it right here. Let's bring it down. Bring everything down here. Go to full screen. Make this a little bit smaller. I wonder if I would have to move it. Would have to move the chat here. Let me change the title real quick. Okay, so let's see. Wonder if this still exists. It's still there. Okay, there you go. Just change the title. Now apparently, it seems like that since I the last time that I played this, seems like that there's like a lot of updates. Already I have a lot of updates that they implemented since the last time that I played this. Uh, so so yeah, we're gonna go ahead and play this one. I'm playing basically Vampire Survivors. It is basically a game that was quite popular back then. Uh, it's available on Steam and it's actually a very cheap, um, very affordable game. Uh, and for something that has a very low price, uh, this game is actually good. It's actually quite to have a lot of content and they're for free. The devs are making sure that they're providing you content for free, and there's a lot of quite addicting gameplay to it. I haven't really played it for quite a while, um, but we're gonna go ahead and play it right now. Let's see. So yeah, I have lots of space bucks here, and I've been playing this for quite a while, even way back. But it's been a while since I played this one. So let's see if we can upgrade something. Maybe move speed, and gonna go ahead and maybe we can upgrade the armor. Right. Well, that's the thing. The thing about this one is you can literally refund your power ups if the build doesn't work. And again, it's been quite a while since I played this, so I kind of forgot now the combinations now. So let's see. What I like playing is either Gennaro, or Pugnala and Mortaccio. Those are the characters that I actually like playing, and it seems like that they changed some of the sprites here. Seems like that they changed some of the sprites. Antonio definitely has changed in terms of like the sprite because honestly they definitely just look like recent Castlevania characters, and I think they realized that, so that's why they changed it. But yeah, let's try Pugnala then. And let's go to let's go to the dairy plant because I need to get something here like the what you call it, the tarot cards, the arcana. That's what I remembered from the last update. That I haven't really gone ahead and got that item. So I'm gonna go ahead and go dairy plant here. This is actually a hard stage. Okay, there you go. Rune Tracer. Early Rune Tracer. Good. Gonna build up some levels first. Okay. Bible Rune Tracer. That's good. Very good early starters. Although I wish I haven't got that attract orb that early. Kind of regret it. I kinda also forgot the combinations, how the combinations work to the evolution, so I really need to look it up real quick later. I This actually gets hard. Let's see. I can go. I guess we can go Santa Water. Santa Water is also good, especially when it's cold. My usual combination is garlic, root razor, Santa Water, and let's go with the gun. Roll the gun. Sometimes I use magic wand because that also has like a very good evolution. Other than that, that was what I'm using prior to the updates. Okay, I'm gonna go definitely Spellbound. One of the things that you need to get super early. Let's see. I'm waiting for garlic. We can go basic. Already overwhelmed even this early. I can go ahead and skip that, but might as well use it as a I am definitely getting screwed over. This game factor is a little bit hard. Actually, one of the hardest pieces. This is where it gets hard when you are basically cornered because of these things. Let's see. I'm gonna go spinach. Okay, Snowbinder. Waiting for garlic. But I guess I screwed it up because I got the pentagram. Oh, it's fine. Okay. Okay. It's good. Room Chicken right there. We're gonna save that. I'm gonna save that. Although Thomas useless at this point because I got the pentagram. What's the pentagram actually? Let's check. Real quick. solutions. So we have bracers. We are on the right track. I also have like the room tracer. No feature. So room tracer, yes, will spellbinder, yes. Don't have the duplicator. Where's the Labora? Labora, spinach, bone, candelabra. So the pantographic. Sorry, it looks like I am like looking up like the combinations because I forgot this already. Oh, this one, gorgeous one. So it only pairs with the total or the crown. Oh, sorry, I think my game is too loud. There you go. Let's try going down to that thing. Let's see what's down there. I think I can check the map, right? Yeah, I can check the map. Oh, there's like a book there. Let's see what it is. Am I close? Not really close. Oh, so that's what it points at. Okay. I'm just gonna follow this arrow. What's fun about this game as well is you can literally play it with one hand. Close now, I guess. Permanently allows to access the list of defeated enemies from the main menu. Oh, so it's just like a bestiary? Yes. So we're gonna go ahead and go up. We're gonna ignore that. Hopefully it's a chicken. Hopefully we can get some chicken along the way. We're only literally just one hit. And And these guys are tough. Whew, that was close. That was a close call. I'm pretty sure I could die there. And I will die right now. Yeah. Okay. I guess that works. Oh, we have like a oh, bestiary. Yeah, it's definitely a bestiary. So what, there's only like 17 enemies in there? Or do I have to scroll down? Oh. Okay. Right. So anyway, so there's that. Actually, I'm sorry about this, but I'm kind of under the weather right now. My head is starting to hurt a little bit. I'm not really sure why, so I would have to rest up a little bit and end the stream right here. And I'm really sorry if I have to end the stream right here very early because I don't. I have this like headache that is just throbbing even hours ago, and so yeah. Anyway, thank you so much for watching the stream, and it's actually a fun stream. We were able to react some things and do some things, discuss some things, and the best part here is it is a very stable stream. We didn't get disconnect even once, and I don't really see any hiccups when it comes to the stream quality and the connection. So that's good. That's very good. So anyway, thank you so much for watching. For those of you who just viewed, that's perfectly fine. For those of you that chatted, that's great. Thank you so much for the stream, for the follows and whatnot. And thank you for hanging out. And I guess I'll just see you again. Well, most likely next week, because next week would be the start of me streaming. I'll be able to stream a little bit more frequently next week because of my work schedule and the fact that I am now streaming around this time. And I decided that this will be the time that I would actually stream more frequently because of the connection. So yeah, I guess I'll be seeing you next week for another stream. So again, thank you so much for hanging out with me. And this is your armored VTuber, Ryder Shinden, Ryu Shinden, signing off. Bye. Bye-bye, bye-bye, bye-bye.